team director, and business representatives, academicians, and our esteemed guests. We'd like to welcome you here today for the closing conference and awards ceremony of Address for Future and Erasmus Plus project led by Coşkun Education Foundation and implemented in partnership with Bursa Governorship, Gazi University, University of Bologna, Polytechnic, University of Madrid, CESOL, EPMA, Infront, and LOD. And our program will be broadcasted in Turkish and in English and in Turkish on the 101st anniversary of our republic in such a meaningful hall. We are pleased to present you the results of our project, and this has been great contribution to our country and our partner countries. Before starting the program, I'd like to invite you to the moment of silence to commemorate our great leader Mustafa Kemal Atatürk and all the martyrs who've passed away, and then we will recite our national anthem. Coşkun Eğitim Vakfı, the foundation, has been founded, and we believe that we will be greatly uh, contributing to many trainings. Founded in 1988, our foundation has been focusing on, we have a lot of vocational training, and we have been also providing the scholarships. And in the 36 years, we continue to work on new technologies, new projects, and future professions in order to contribute to sustainable development goals. And we will continue to provide programs, scholarships, and training. Launched in 2022, the Address for Future project focuses on additive manufacturing, the production technology of the future. The aim of the project is to improve the skills of young people, trainers, and adults in this field, and to deliver high-quality vocational training content to a wider audience through digital tools. As distinguished guests, we'd like to start by our opening speeches. Now I'd like to invite to the floor the chairperson of the board of directors of Coşkun Education Foundation and Ms. Oya Coşkun Aktaş for her to deliver her speech, and I'd like to invite her to the floor. Esteemed director, distinguished academicians, business people, and distinguished guests, we'd like to welcome you to the closing meeting and award ceremony of our Address for Future project. As Coşkun Education Foundation, we've been working for 36 years to do our best for our country in the fields of education, production, and manufacturing, and professional development for our country. When it comes to the employment projects, grants, incubation programs, and vocational training projects and scholarships. When it comes to these, we have touched the lives of more than 36,000 individuals, and we have produced and developed projects. And these projects certainly will be the motivation and source of life and rejuvenation for the development of our country and vocational education. And with the address of future, one of the projects we have realized in this direction, we offered trainings to anyone who wanted to learn and profession for the future. And we designed and implemented new curriculum and curriculum. Of course, as our role as the foundation was um, planned as project coordinator, but this project is actually the joint work of our partners. Gazi University has been hosting, so I would like to once again extend my sincere gratitude and regards to Gazi University, our rectors, and the team led by Professor Dr. Ozhan Yilmaz, the governorship of Bursa, the University of Bologna, the Polytechnic University of Madrid, the the European Powder Metallurgy Association, CESOL, LOT, and Infotron for their contributions the projects. And this address for future project and the closing ceremony will continue of focusing on what has been done under the project. And although the project comes to an end, we know that the sector is developing fast and is evolving, and there are many developments and opportunities and novelties under the title of additive manufacturing. Esteemed participants, I would like to now leave the floor to many other presenters and distinguished speakers. I would like to extend my gratitude to you all. And this has been of great support for the development of our country, and the efforts made here are recognized. And I believe that we will be creating a better world for the future. And production and under the light of developments, we are looking forward to seeing you once again here. And thank you so much. Esteemed Ms. Oya, we'd like to thank you for your speech. Now I would like to invite to the floor Professor Dr. Cenk Aktaş, President of Defense Industry Academy, for him to deliver his speech. Esteemed Rector, Coşkun Öz Foundation executives, distinguished academicians, business people, I'd like to express how pleased I am to be here. However, just as we have mentioned, um, the surname is also seen as Aktaş, and I am seen as the uh, part of the foundation. Certainly, we have two very strong actors or stakeholders here. We are working closely with them. One of them is Gazi University, and the other one is Coşkun Öz Foundation. We are continuing to stride in confidence with a lot of and future projects. Gazi University, Bologna, Italy, and UPM, and Spain, Madrid, Polytechnic España, Spain, and Bulgaria, EPMA, and all France is also Impotron and other firms. And this is a multi party and multi-stakeholder project. And certainly, Professor Ozhan has undertaken a lot of effort, and the proficiency and the a lot of contributions by our professor is so valuable. And but the greatest output of this project is to come up with the education inventory, and the skill mapping has been made in Europe. And it's not only about stating about the skills and putting them on a shelf. However, there are the leveling, like beginner, intermediate, and the advanced levels are also stated there as three levels. This is unbelievably beneficial. This is unbelievably beneficial. Yes, the proficiencies are improving, but which proficiency is to be directed to which area and field? Therefore, the curriculum and preparing the curriculum and curricula as the Defense Academy, a Defense Industry Academy, as we have initiated a step with the uh, project that has been a project under the title of National Proficiency. For instance, along with our universities, academicians, and our foundations, we have starting of we have 7 target groups to which we are designing education programs. I think the methodology undertaken by this project is exactly the same methodology we'd like to undertake. And the professors and the academicians, the executives, the rector, we can be talking about in details with them as well. I believe that this project will be of great benefit to our country and for the future. And the last feature characteristics of this project is attracting my attention. The resources are also stated. The common and joint resources are free of charge and it's shared with everyone. This is precious. Everyone is ready to share their expertise. The business people certainly are not expected to share their business confidentiality issues, confidential issues. However, providing education and not receiving any uh, payment in return is very crucial. Esteemed rector, esteemed academicians, business people, and under the title of defense schools, we have 16 schools we have designed, and some of the schools, electronic warfare or the infrared project structure and engineering. These are the titles under which we will try to provide training to the defense industry people. And what I have just stated, and Mr. Osan, Professor Osan, was right next to me. I was whispering to him, and additive manufacturing can be a school that we can design. And certainly our colleagues here can undertake this step, and all the additive manufacturing of many other defense industry representatives can be undertaken as a project, and we can have the stakeholders because I understand that this will make our hand quite strong and the collaboration and the cooperation between business people and the defense industry will be even stronger. And I couldn't help but I was envious as I was not quite, we were not in the center of the project. And I would like to greet you all with respect. Without further ado, I'd like to give the floor back to our presenter. Thank you, Mr. Aktash. Now, as a last speaker, finally, we'd like to welcome to the floor Professor Dr. Uğur Ünal, Rector of Gazi University, for him to deliver his speech. Coşkun Öz, Foundation Chairperson of our Coşkun Öz Education Foundation, and esteemed academicians, business people, distinguished guests. And Gazi University is one of the stakeholders, and under the coordination of Coşkun Öz Education Foundation, we have Erasmus Plus Address for Future, and we're having the conference. And for the this is the award ceremony for the green competition. And we have also been very proud to be hosting you here with Address for Future, and we have the 101st anniversary of our republic as well. And among our stakeholders, we have Italy, Spain, Bulgaria, and we have been also very thankful. And also the representative of the defense industry has mentioned we have many partners, and Coşkun Öz and we have Bursa governorship and many other, and this unity is called consortium, and in the additive manufacturing has been the topic of this project, and the advanced manufacturing and industry 4.0, we have continuity and uninterrupted development, and there is advancement. This is a new generation manufacturing technology. In the last 15 years, under the leadership of our president in Turkey, especially when it comes to industry, defense industry, in other side and other many similar industries, we have seen many advancements. As University, Gazi University, we have always been part, and we will be right at the center of such advancements, and we'll do our best to do so. And Gazi University and High Education Board there is the expertise field of additive manufacturing, and as university, we are the first in this very field. And there are many other technology firms, and their research and development projects have been there for us to be part of. And when it comes to the National Additive Manufacturing and Center, we are also providing the efforts to establish this center for this additive manufacturing center for its establishment, and in and for we are also pioneering the other testing as well. Address for Future project. Under the scope of this Address for Future, I would like to extend my gratitude to many other academicians, Mr. Professor Rahmi, Professor Ozan, and they have been undertaking a lot of efforts. I'd like to extend my gratitude, and also Coşkun Öz Education Foundation chairperson, Ms. Oya Coşkunöz. I would like to extend my gratitude to herself, and I greet you all respectfully and cordially. Thank you. Esteemed Rector, thank you for your presentation and speech. Now I would like to invite to the floor Mr. Serhat Karasungur, Grant and Incubation Programs Manager of Coşkun Öz Education Foundation, to the stage for him to present the results of the Address for Future project. Esteemed Rector, esteemed academicians, and as Coşkun Öz Education Foundation, we are the coordinator for this project, Address for Future project, and I'd like to greet you all cordially and respectfully. This is the result of a 2.5 year of efforts, and we've been working on this project. First of all, I'd like to extend my gratitude to Gazi University hosting us today in this venue and other partners. Without whose dedicated efforts this project would not be possible at all. And there have been we have many speakers. I wouldn't like to steal their time, and I'm here also looking forward to listening to them in details. And if I may give you very brief information on this project, why did we feel the need to undertake this project? And as a result of this project, what were the outcomes? Recently, we have been hearing a lot of frequently two concepts, digital transformation and green transformation. And this has been frequently mentioned by European Union. And another concept is skills. And there will be the transformation of these three components. These three components have been mentioned 4 years ago, and the needs in the industry and to develop skills in order to meet the needs of this industry. Now I'd like to mention about SpaceX. Might have heard about this in media, and launching rocket, and these are motors. Raptor 1, Raptor 2, and Raptor 3 motors and engines. These are the engines of the rockets launched to the space. And this is a huge engine, and this is the second one is 1,600 kilogram, and the third one is lower, and the propelling power it has as high as 20%, and the weight is getting lower, and this rocket engine is getting lighter, and the propelling because of the additive manufacturing, this propelling power is also high, and there are many advantages of this additive manufacturing. This is complex geometry is being manufacturing and specialized manufacturing, environmental friendly it is, and it's fast and rapid, and sustainability is there, and the material diversity is there, and there are many different advantages. This is a method of manufacturing that's bringing a lot of advantages. And the importance of this manufacturing has been mentioned, and we have identified this back in 2020 with our partners and the manufacturing technologies and the skills sets that are needed. We are following this very closely as the Education Foundation, and our activities, we undertake this in line with this, the human resource needed, and the market for additive manufacturing market that is in need of human resources. All these, we have mentioned about this in 2021 with our partners. We have mentioned about these. And once we take a look at the numbers, we prove to be correct and right. And this market has reached billions and it will be twofolds in the future. Uh, and in the transformation in the manufacturing technologies is also requesting and requiring an advancement in the skill sets. So development of new skill sets is crucial. And this project, the transformation in the uh, marketing, what the market needs, and the human resources and the skills development. These are in the core of this project and as to why this project was developed. And the young human resource skill sets is our target. And also quality, high quality education to have it accessible and affordable by many young individuals. So this is a project, for instance, we have the development of curriculum and new skill sets acquiring. And the third one is to ensure there is cooperation between the industry and the university and human resource development, new graduates and engineers and unemployed and vocational trainers and vocational schools students. These are the target audience. There are many partners and very precious partners. We have 9 partners from 5 countries, and we have universities and we have public institutions as well. And under the activities of the project, we have undertaken an analysis and we wanted to see the need, human resource need in the market, detect what is needed, and also identified. We have come up with a skills map, and to see, and also to establish a curriculum and educational platform to see how these skill sets, how these proficiencies can be uh, acquired through what paths and through what activities. That's why we have undertaken such activities. So there great outcomes we have as a result of this project. So this was participatory, and we have undertaken surveys in order to identify the needs correctly. And the establishment of curriculum was also completed, and the curriculum we have tested with the participation of 50 individuals. We have verified it, and it was verified and validated, and we have come up and we have integrated this, and we have uploaded these to the education platform so that it was accessible by many under the project. We have many partners here, and under the leadership of our partners, we have conducted the work package. Each and every one of our precious partners have worked tremendously. Throughout the duration of this project, we have undertaken many trainings, like with the participation of 100 trainings, 250 sector participants from different sectors attended the survey in order to identify the needs correctly. And we have the curriculum with the participation of 46 people. We have tested this, and there were an online education platform. Also, as a last point, in order to increase the awareness, we have come up with a competition. And the greatest outcome of the project is an online training education program accessible to anyone throughout the European continent. And this is 190 videos are here, and we have 120 contents on additive manufacturing. Exams are also here to measure the skills. This is an education platform. And to implement this education platform, we have a speaker, Enoch. Uh, Mr. Ahmed is here, the board member of Enoch, and they have provided this e-Nokta which is E Point, and Mr. Ahmed, as the board member, they have provided this support. Here is a very short video, and I can mention about the platform, the address for future. If you could Google it, you can have an access to this platform. And there's the registry. And here, the interface where you can have your registry and you can have an access. There are three modules: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. And we have them. And the content of these training, you can follow these step by step so that you can continue to the further level and you're provided a certificate. And the content is quite rich, and there are the videos with there, and there is theory, and this is a result of a very meticulous work on the efforts, and each and every partner countries, they have contributed tremendously to the completing of these contents and the videos as well, along with their efforts in the field of additive manufacturing in Europe. This is the content, this is the greatest online platform dedicated to additive manufacturing in Europe. Within a very short period of time, it has reached, and in fact, it's well above 400 users of this platform. And this is a platform to meet the needs of many. I'd like to extend my gratitude to all our partners and e-Nokta, meaning e-point. An address for future internet website will be providing us more detailed information. And Gazi University and Coşkun Öz Education Foundation, you can contact them to also provide contribution for the sustainability of this project. Thank you so much for listening. I'd like to greet you all for your cordial presence. Mr. Sarhat, thank you so much for your speech. Esteemed participants, we have many esteemed speakers, and we'd like to thank them again for their contribution to our conference. We'd like to invite first speaker, Professor Dr. Oğuzhan Yilmaz from Gazi University Department of Mechanical Engineering to the stage for him to deliver his presentation. And his presentation is titled Development, Investments, and Future Outlook of Additive Manufacturing Sector in Turkey. Esteemed Rector, esteemed Ms. Oya, and academicians, esteemed students, and we'd like to welcome you all to our university. This has been a great project. We have worked hard, and we have also, we'd like to extend our gratitude to Coşkun Öz Education Foundation and our partners. They've been traveling frequently as well. And indeed, as an academician I've been working on this field, I must emphasize this has been the most comprehensive curriculum that we have compiled with the efforts by our partners. And I would be mentioning about the additive manufacturing sector in Turkey, investments for future, what we should be doing. This is the title of my presentation. And I am a faculty member in the Mechanical Engineering Department of Gazi University. And also we have the Society Association. I'm the co-founder of Additive Manufacturing Association, and I'm also General Director of a technology firm. And in the first phase, for instance, I will be mentioning about additive manufacturing, as our rector has mentioned. This is a new technology. There are many other manufacturing technologies for which I've been and we've been lecturing, but this is quite a new step. And there are many other sub-technology. It's comprised of many other technologies, so it requires multidisciplinary science approaches. There material, laser, chemistry and physics and mechanical engineering, and there are many technologies. It's multidisciplinary, and it has been stated in the standards there are 7 technologies. I will not get into the details, but these are especially when it comes to manufacturing, we have a raw material and it's polymer, metal, composite, and natural raw material. We can classify them. But when it comes to additive manufacturing, once we want to classify, like there's a plastic and polymer, there's a technology for those. I and it's expanding, and there is huge advancements. And they need to be brought to a certain level of maturity. If because it's a new technology, it's not overnight that it emerges. There are some uh, constraints like maturity index is important. That's why I'd like to present you the maturity index, for which I'd like to link it with Turkey. Polymer-based technology, it has in the polymer side, in the additive manufacturing, because we have the fast and rapid prototype. And in fact, in our households, in fact, we may have FTM printers in our houses, and the polymer side is quite strong. It's quite well, but it's the polymer side may not be that attractive in many other sectors because we cannot manufacture other pieces. We cannot use it. It's quite limited. The pieces are used in limited sect fields, but the other sector technologies that are coming and emerging are fast. In the metal side, as a faculty member, I'm also focusing on the metal, both in the trade and commerce, are also in the science. The metal side is really special, and it can address, for instance, aviation, defense sector. These are all prominent sectors. And there are many other technologies here, and it's advancing with the emergence of new technologies. And here we have there is the new technology convergence and for the dust. And as a university, our we have the center, and our professor is also mentioned, and the other technologies and dissemination of other technologies is continuing. It's becoming much more widespread in the global market. Well, how does it look in the global market? Certainly, this is continuously advancing. The profitability changes, and here in the all market sized, we see that it reached at high levels. And in 2023 and in 2028, the expected, so 10.5 billion volume is mentioned in 2023, and we have seen it to rise and increase to 13.9 per year. It's expected to be rise, and the market share. And here is a volume expansion is important, especially when it comes to the equipments in 5 years, and we will see increase in the 5 year as well, and we have seen them. And these incremental market increase, where does it focus? In the US, 1/3 of the revenue is generated in the USA, and in the last recent years, and they are defending the additive manufacturing, and there are many firms being visited, and they have seen that as after the manufacturing sort of shifted to China, they have seen it. And Asia Pacific side, there is a great market, and European market is where the additive manufacturing has emerged. It's still warm there. It's still continuing. However, USA has realized how critically important it is, and Turkey has also realized it's important. And additive manufacturing global market, these are there are reports, international reports. These are there. We see them. The market is continuously expanding, and it will continue to expand furthermore. And within this, the systems established and the gadgets and devices in this manufacturing, the greatest share is in the North America and Canada, and Asia and Pacific countries comes next. And also metal additive manufacturing is also seen from the graphic here, and these are in more details, and there are similar rates and percentages can be seen. And this is how does it look in Turkey, additive manufacturing in Turkey? I know this is in our country, in our own country. We're related with this technology. We really like this technology. We're highly interested in the last 10 to 15 years, and under the leadership of our uh, pioneers. We've been undertaking some efforts. There's a report, a very well-known, worldwide known report. As you can see in the pie chart in the left side, the additive manufacturing systems, and in terms of the proportionate and the rate of this, as Turkey, we rank as in the 11th country, and we see USA, China, Russia, France, and we see Turkey is not at a bad, we do not, uh, so we can say that we're among the first 12 countries. So we're not at a poor status. So it's almost like we have caught the same train and we are walking in the same path. And the growth rate, once we take a look at the advancements rate, so it's in the medium level, which is colored as yellow. The green is Asia Pacific, and where China and India has a lot of investments, especially in the space related researches. They allocate a lot of investments, and the importance of additive manufacturing has increased in the space researches, and this has created a lot of appetite for India. USA and Europe comes as the first. Of course, they are interested. And Gazi University, we have publications on this topic as well, but it's not at the level we desire. Certainly, that's the truth. And in the top graph here, you can see we are not within the ranking. We are kind of at a lower status there. But what's really important and interesting here is as the recent, I don't know whether we have representatives from the Ministry of Industry, as the president of the Additive Manufacturing Association, we do not know the market in Turkey. We don't know the market share. And ChatGPT is what I have asked, just as everyone is doing nowadays. And what the answer was, it's 500 million US dollar, and this will be as high as 1 billion US dollar in the future in terms of the equipment and material. These are the investments. Also, another research of mine, the international institution has their foresight for future, and in the global market, 1.3 is the share, and this is a market share of 336 million US dollar is the market share Turkey has within the world. So our Ministry of Industry certainly is the roof for this information. And according to uh, the research, and where does Turkey stands in terms of the GDP, gross domestic product? And once we see it, in fact, it's not really bad. Among these countries here, Turkey ranks, and it's colored as purple. And this only goes to show that although our GDP is low, we have made significant investments for the development of additive manufacturing. So this goes to show that we have significant amount of interest, and the government institutions have tremendous amount of contributions. There is the incentives, TÜBİTAK, the Turkish Science and Research Institution of Turkey. There is the motivation provided, and especially for the presentation to the market. And the Ministry of Industry has technology advancements program, and there are incentives provided by Ministry and Presidency of Defense Institution of Turkey. And also, YÖK is the High Education, Supreme Education Board of Turkey, and the universities, therefore, are encouraged by this Supreme Board of Education of Turkey. And there are projects, and the projects are accepted and welcomed. And there are some calls for projects, and one of which we have the closing program of which we're here today. And therefore, Turkey is quite interested in taking steps. And the initiatives are quite good as well, especially the university related steps. There are certain centers, EKTAM. Right now, you can see the logo at the very top, and it's in Gazi University, and we have Sabancı University, Fatih Sultan University, and other. Sparta is a province, and there's a university there. Gülhane in Istanbul, Gata. We have another. Center in İTÜ in Istanbul. So there are different centers, and through different channels, the government institutions, for instance, EKTAM, a center under our university, has been established with the contribution from the strategy and budget presidency of Turkey. And there are many new firms. I have not included each and every one of them, but there are new emerging firms being established. There are startups, and these are great developments, future promising developments. That's why we can see the potential in Turkey. And this addresses a great deal on a variety of different sectors: defense industry, and aviation, space, manufacturing, medical, medicine. These are different, a variety of different sectors are included. Also, we are the co-founder of, and we are also the term presidency of the Additive Manufacturing Association. And in the last 4 years, we are holding conferences to sustain this ecosystem. We have issued Turkish books, and these are also used in our lectures. These are used as curriculum at the bachelor's level and as the master's degree level. These books are used as resources, and these are great steps for the sustainability of the ecosystems. And there are reports being issued. I know it's not quite sufficient, but the presidency of defense industry, there was a report, and also strategy budget presidency has prepared and drafted another report in 2019, and also another survey has been, and also the development agency development agencies have issued reports. Is this sufficient? No, certainly not, because there are such advancements in the technology. For instance, this report of 2019 by the Presidency of Strategy and Budget. Is it sufficient? No, we can't use data from here because it proves invalid now. And in 2020, there is another report from those years to today. Many things have changed. We have our colleagues here, Mr. Remzi. There are so many changes. It's almost like there's a idiom in Turkish. So many waters have passed under the bridge. This is an idiomatic expression stating how things evolved and changed. As an association, we'd like to be the party to issue such reports because we'd like to shed light to the investors, universities, to show them a direction and a target, especially with regards to the aviation and space sector. This is a great sector, like complex pieces, gadgets, and we have TUSAŞ, We have Mr. Remzi is manager for TUSAŞ, the Turkish aviation and space industry, and we have the Turkish engine, the Roketsan has great steps, Aselsan, Sage, FSNN, and there are great efforts. Nurol, these are all technologies, defense sector representative names. These are so they have undertaken some great supportive steps to advance additive manufacturing. So what should be our future direction then? Where should we be heading towards? In this sector, there have been great steps. And when it comes to additive manufacturing, they're very niche. For instance, once we scan the literature and we see what's been done in the literature, it sort of gives us clues about what kind of a future is awaiting us. And we take a look at what's been done by the startups, bioprinting. It's all, do not, let's not see this as if we are creating organs. These may look futuristic, for instance, the veins or the cartilage or the mm, some tissues, human tissues. This is of critical importance. This is lacking. This is what we lack in Turkey. 4D printing. We have, in fact, it's the fourth dimension here is seen as, this is also used in space and aviation, and also our doctorate students also focus on this. We believe this is, oh, this is 3D printing, but that there is the fourth dimension as well, micro and nano additive manufacturing when it comes to electric, and there are the sensors, and there are, I believe that this is of critical importance, and I know that we do not allocate budgets for these, but there's a hybrid additive manufacturing. This is one of the most crucial dimensions, and it's really important. This offers a lot. And if we can have a self-criticism, additive manufacturing market size in Turkey, this is in Turkish here. Certainly it looks nice, but I'd like to have a self-criticism when it comes to metal additive manufacturer. There are two manufacturers. We have, is there any one other than these two? I don't think there is any metal added. And so we are a great market. Polymer printer manufacturers, this is well above 20. There's the FDMs. They are trying to manufacture these FDMs. However, they are not very pleased. They're the powder manufacturing, and the raw material is we filament manufacturing and powdered. We all and we have. I don't know whether there is the and the chemists. Do we have chemists here and polymer powder? I have not seen any software developers. All they are mostly focusing on games. However, there is a sector awaiting your interest. I really wonder whether we don't have any software developments, and Raisin is also important for the chemist, and also we have the laser directing mirrors, the heads, and there isn't any manufacturer here. There isn't an initiative and control system and robot manufacturer, and uh, these are the sub devices. But if you'd like to have these technology, then the fact that we do not have this will cause us to be reliant and dependent on uh, imports. And I have been part of the three projects uh, during which during all of which we had to purchase all these from abroad countries. And we have China produce Chinese manufacturers. They sell their products because they manufacture their sub devices. For instance, the wire, the software, and the metal powders, wire, we softwares, we purchase these from abroad, even if it's open source, so we import these. Laser is the basic and fundamental part of additive manufacture. When it comes to, for instance, sensor technologies, the heat, the humidity, oxygen sensor, and especially you need to control these. And the sensor technology and optic technology, we're not there. Actually, Aselsan there is optic place location. However, then maybe they produce their manufacture this for their own. The resin, the plastic polymeric material, the resin. This is chemistry, and this is completely and the we need to have this interaction with light, and there is the resin manufactured, but uh, resin related chemist, and we don't have these. So additive manufacturing applications, and where do we, for instance, in the left part, in the propeller tank, as you can see, these are the fuel tanks from USA. There are complex structures of engines, and these are manufactured. And there are many kinds of applications. This has been seen by the entire world, and there are great investments. Without further ado, I'd like to thank you for your patience for listening to my presentation. Thank you. Professor Osan, we'd like to extend our gratitude. Now we will be giving a 15-minute break, and after the break, Dr. Remzi Ecmal Ece will be on stage with his speech on additive manufacturing industry problem solutions, sample models, and sectoral trends. Thank you. We'd like to invite to the floor, ladies and gentlemen, and the technology is, I would like to start with, I would like to Hideo Kodama. And we have the third dimension, and all the 3D and additive parts are being manufactured additively. And there is a technology defined. And as Mr. and Professor Osan mentioned about the fact, and this Biden, in fact, as the President Biden has also presented himself an award for his great contributions to technology. And in this way, with the sub technology, this becomes much more widespread. And also, there is the other polymer technology. As you can see, the Professor Joe Beeman and others, they focus on the three-dimensional objects being manufactured in another technology. So it's from the industry, it's a transition from the industry to technology. This new technology, and thanks to this, and the industry welcomes this tremendously. And I know that many participants here also will know. And the greatest, these are almost creating a new opportunity. It's not like the traditional technologies, and it's additive. And with the layers, in layers, this is produced. And these are all, there are great geometrical advantage as well. So introduces us an advantage. So these are the patent, and thanks to this technology, and this becomes the technology becomes much more popular towards 2000. And in 2004, as in every patent, there are many other patents, and as it expires, there are new additions with the new technologic infrastructures. These are all diversified. And also, we have the 2004 between 19 years, and there's a Scott Crumb, and there is FDM, and he is the founder of many other steps, this FDM technologies, and with the industrial gadgets, and this is also establishing a bridge. The FDM technology, the technological capabilities of this technology. So these are used in smaller scales in with the use of controllers. So it can be turned into smaller scale. In 2009, the maker Old, and these are the brand names. And with the FDM technology, we are introduced and as part of the households as well. And industry and in the market, there is an increase in the manufacturing. And as Professor Ozhan mentioned, when it comes to additive manufacturing technology, one is widespread. There are many other different technological areas, how it can be used in different categories. This was the question asked, and academically, this has started. And then in 2010, there have been publications by universities, and bioprinting was also mentioned for the tissues or organs body and how it can be used, and also with the advancement. And we have seen with the bioprinting, and once we see the 2015, as you can see in the high technology in automotive and aviation and defense industry, these are motivated by these pieces, and these are used in automobile, and also these are all small combining pieces. The technology was advertised uh, in such a way by means of using powdered technologies. Such technologies and advanced pieces could be manufactured. This was stated, and there were many products developed by many companies. And with this motivation in automotive and in defense and in aviation and in space industries, as engineers, we wanted to see how this can be used. All these triggered one another. So the more industry used these developed projects, the more it was developed by the academicians. And in 2016, there were a variety of different machines, and there was a transition to the construction sector in 2000. And the market report and the publications, and also the in the other news, how additive manufacturing was also being used in construction sector. And in 1980s, in 2000 years, there have been many different examples. And in 2020 and 21, we have seen COVID-19 pandemic, and it was pandemic related topics. So what was needed? What devices were needed at the max during COVID-19 pandemic, and how the additive manufacturing could further continue producing these. And the pandemic and was focusing on how this can be further used. And also after the 4 year, these are all manufactured in space. There's the International Space Station where all these can be used. And you can see this stainless steel, and there's this microchip as well. What does this goes to show? In the world, not in the world, but also in space, we can manufacture and we can use these uh, pieces, additive manufactured products. So this gives us a light on future with the opportunity for future, and for a variety of different sectors and for a variety of different needs, we can also use these pieces for different purposes. This is why I'd like to congratulate the project titled Address for Future, because the website and the content of this website, I have seen them, and there is need for human resources as well. And I just wanted to emphasize how the project is so precious, having seen this picture here and having taken a look at the history. I try to classify technology in a variety of different classifications. The additive manufacturing technologies and the sub topics, the softwares, the printers, and um, there are many service providers, and these distributions and distributor is also having a share in the market too. So by base classification and technology, FFF, FTM, SLS, EBM, DLP, DMLS, DD, and others. These are seven different main topics, but these can be further, there can be further breakdown, and it could be as high as nine. By process, we have the powder and photopolymerization, binder system, and material extrusion, and there are different, these are different categories. And in terms of the categories by application, I attribute importance to this, and this is really closely linked with the technology. And these are molding and pieces and prototype, because in the first slides, the prototype is what we started from in 1980s, and it was classified as fast and rapid prototype, and we use this prototype manufacturing is certainly critical, and molding and functional pieces. And functional piece, what do we mean by that? Depending on the technology where it is used, certification, qualification is needed, but where we will have the apparatus and fixture are used, and there isn't a certification. But once we speak of the functional piece, if it is a piece in the train, rail, these are or in an automobile, once we see them as part of the function, then this part is also technology. It should focus on these small pieces. And by sectors, classification by sector, automotive, recently, up until 2020, the serial manufacturing was where it was discussed to be used. Now it's not so, it's not really that discussed. This is a trade and commerce related point. So it's about what will be the cost for per unit manufacturing. The machinery technology is advancing as to enable produce high number of pieces in one attempt. This is why automobile sector is at its maximum. Aviation and space industry has its niche applications, and in the form of health, there are many important applications: construction, energy, electronic, and many other manufacturings. And also there are many other applications. We see that this is at its highest. For instance, food and other industries are also included. And we know the sector. And in the northern region, we have Northern America and Asia Pacific are mentioned in terms of geography. And I will be talking about the region classification too. And for instance, the global additive manufacturing, if we see them as I have seen them, in addition to the reports, and in the market reports in 2036, for instance, by 2036, it's stated that it will be a market value of 180 billion US dollar. If we have a market share of 100, because Turkey has a share of 2%, in fact, taken into consideration Turkey's GDP in 8 to 10 years, there will be great opportunities. And if we could have a larger market share, I understand and I conclude personally that we can have a greater share. And in the reports here, it's the Asian Pacific countries are somehow excluded. Maybe these market reports are received from Western countries, maybe that's why, but for the Chinese part and in the development, they also have not stated, for instance, you can see once you attend the international fairs and exhibitions, Asia Pacific market is so large that it's not really focusing on their own share. So the Western uh, world is not closely following the developments in the Asian Pacific countries. So numerically, these figures may be misleading, and it's much less than it really is. But what we see is a huge increase in the market, aerospace, defense, and in health equipments, and the developments in the health sector developments is quite high with regards to the other advancements in the other sectors. And once we take a look at the other technology sectors, and stenography is more of a chemistry related points, and in the next years to come, this will have a high added value for future, and metal and powder and the wire feeding and polymer. These are what we focused, and the developments in the chemistry and in the binding system will also they will in terms of engineering, and these will be uh, providing us further developed and advanced technologies. Here in this slide, desktop printer is the system. If we have the Ultimaker, and there are other printers companies and 3D printer companies. They have a high share in the market pie in comparison to the other firms. The competition here is to be able to produce manufacture the pieces in a much faster way, and to increase the number of the pieces produced per unit time. And these firms are much more advanced in comparison to the others. In the Asia Pacific part, China has a great infrastructure for its own manufacturing. It has its own huge market. That's why it doesn't even feel the need to open up to the entirety of the rest of the world until the last 3 years. And if you visit the exhibitions and fairs, we know that they are starting, and from this graph, we can see from this graph that they are in the effort to become more represented in the world. I understand that these data will change tremendously in the next coming years. And in the field of technology, we see the list of the pioneering and prominent firms. For instance, among these firms, in the side of software, we have Chinese firms, and the material suppliers, we have Chinese suppliers in the firms. All of them almost, these are all producing materials and having their purchases from China as well, but these are not reflected in the Western country reports. And also Stratasys, EOS, Nikon, and we know G 6 to 7 years ago, the G's firm, they have included the powder system in the field of additive manufacturing. So they have started a new gate in there, and desktop metal and the other materialize desktop metal. These are all different technologies. For instance, in the middle is a software developer firm, and we don't seem to have an equivalent of such software developer as Materialize. Why shouldn't we in Turkey have a local and indigenous software developer, pretty much like Materialize here in Turkey? If I may also talk about material extrusion and the technologies here, if I may add a few examples. At the very top, FDM method has been used to produce these material. Ultimaker, this belongs to Ultimaker, and mostly we know FFF and FDM defined system, and polymer additive manufacturing is possible. However, also in the last years, and with the FDM method, is also used with the manufacturing of pieces. This is quite novelty, I think, but For the aluminum alloy, we have the pieces being produced through FDM method. Bioprinting is also here. We have through the material extrusion, and here in the construction field, we see the developments as well, with the material extrusion being used in the sector of construction. And photopolymerization, and the resin here is used, and the additive manufacturing. The challenge here is smaller pieces can be produced, and how can we be manufacturing smaller and much more sensitive pieces like nano micro system, like pieces, small lithography based metal pieces manufacturing are here. And also on the right top, we see much more detailed manufacturing, much more complex geometrical pieces where you can catch highly detailed points. These are also reliant on depending on uh, LCD methods, for instance, or other sub-technologies. As you can see, the bolts being produced as thin as the tip of a pencil. Certainly, the implementation and application of these, I'm not really well informed, but it turns out that these are needed. And also material jetting. As you can see from the pictures, these are used more on the prototype manufacturing. We know that the precision is being focused on here, and here the X-jet firm nano pieces material jetting is uh, used to produce three-dimension 3D, and also there is the powder bed fusion. We see these are quite recent development, quite recent in the last 2 to 3 years. Electron beam melting. This is very important for powder bed fusion and gel and additive. These are, maybe we haven't heard of these firms in the last EBM technology. We haven't heard them. For instance, Qbeam is a firm that was from China. It was also excluded. They're using uh, the beam gun, but there is two technologies combined here, and it's hybrid. And but this is not mentioned. This is this and this direct deposition method, and different materials are used, and combination of these materials, and also powder bed fusion with combined with wire, and also they try to scale up these technologies. And this binding and binder jetting, and we know that there is precision being focused as well. Also resilience is being focused, and complex pieces and serial manufacturing is also advanced here. What kind of challenges are we facing? I'm coming towards the end of my presentation. What kind of challenges are we facing in the field of additive manufacturing? And this is a pyramid, and at the top of the pyramid, we have the environmental and business environmental conditions and regulation and qualification and competence related challenges, financial and operational challenges. These are mostly high technology, and the investment costs are very high. There are many subcomponents, and they need to be brought under one-stop solution, but it's not easy for the operational seamless processes. And technical challenges are also important, and one of which is the human resources and the skills. The lack of skilled personnel is another challenge, and sustainability related ones. And this slide here also summarizes the challenges in Turkey, also quality standards and the intellectual property rights and security related rights and the regulations, the law articles are also lacking for the protection of thought and ideas, and cost barriers and system integrations. These are also challenges, and sometimes the system integration is bringing some challenges. And another challenge when it comes to technical challenges is material constraints and the reliability of the processes. There are some standards in the world, but as TUSAŞ, we are also collaborating with ASTM or ASTM. And for the technology directing individuals, we're trying to give them some support as the sector stakeholder and partner. We have talked about how pieces are manufactured in additive manufacturing, especially the academic and industry sector somehow neglects the concept of consecutive processes. There are many consecutive processes that are in need, that are needed. The manufacturing methods of these need to be advanced and improved. As TUSAŞ, we also suffer from this. Design is also important. Everything starts with an idea. So the idea, the mindset of design is another topic because everything starts with the mind and design, which will be materialized. Every challenge is an opportunity. So labor market and human resources, and we can design trainings for engineering and for engineers to have all of them accessible to increase their skills and for their in order to increase their capability. Academic and industry collaborations and cooperation is of crucial importance also in terms of the regulations, and maybe the Turkish Standards Institute can take some steps. Digital simulations, there are, for instance, rapid certification, for instance, there could be some methods on these, and we can improve the technologies for this, and traceability and monitorability and cyber security protocols and the workflow should be added to the additive manufacturing. And if then the security and the safety can be ensured, that's why we need regulation. If we need a safe and secure production and manufacture, we need to have a protocol. As the defense industry firm, we need to define the piece on the because the supplier chain expansion is only possible through these protocols and safety and security being ensured. Also, financial and operational opportunities. We can increase the investments on these, and also and Industry 4.0 and Industry of Things. These can be merged, hybrid, and also the workflow. And because once we speak of the wherever you deploy and locate additive manufacture, the advantages is great for you to benefit from. And there we will be benefiting from the profits. And there are many. So the firms and the companies and the sectors should definitely be focusing on this, and the technical opportunities. There needs to be AI intelligence, artificial intelligence, and multi-material use, and the technical points need to be also studied, hybrid and hybrid processes, and the high quality piece, how could it be, how could it have an excess and complex geometry, manufacturing methods, and design optimization and better optimization, how we can ensure these. And if we can integrate these to additive manufacture in an environment, in the factories, in the processes, this will increase the value added approach. Thank you for listening to me. If you may need to get in contact with me, please make sure to write me an email. Thank you. Mr. Ramsey, thank you so much for your speech. And this project was made by many, and but certain name is with us. As a young entrepreneur, we have Enecta with us, and we'd like to extend our gratitude to and for them to Mr. Ahmet Hancher. I would like to invite you to the floor for your speech. And we'd like to thank Enacta for their contribution, and the presentation will be on solution to reskilling technical workers. We would like to invite Mr. Ahmet Hancher, board member of Enacta. It has taken me a while to come here because I'm not a young entrepreneur, but thank you so much. Thank you so much for niche, comprehensive, and novelty model and this great project, especially Coşkun's Education Foundation and all the other partners, stakeholders, and everyone uh, for this project. And as an entrepreneur, we have started we come from a Çubuk town of Ankara, and Çubuk is known for pickles. And but we're very happy and we're very proud to be working side by side with the other firms investing heavily in human resources. We've started out in Ankara and then gradually we've expanded towards Istanbul. And here, in the time duration, and why is this important here? I have university graduates here, and I would like to now ask who are coming from university, and I need you to raise your hands. I know everyone is learning, but who are the ones from the Department of Mechanical Engineering? Is there anyone studying psychology? Normally, we have the engineers here. And I understand that this is a time for you to have a lot of exams, and thank you for sparing your time. A round of applause to you for sparing your valuable time in the midst of exams. You have your concerns for future. Will we be employed? These are the concerns. And I would like to mention about the future of learning and for address for future technologies, but what we will have as a potential for future, what kind of technology advantages we have for us. For instance, I'll be talking about AI as it plays a great role in my own life. First of all, this learning process has many aspects and has a great link with the time soul of the time. What do we mean by soul of the time? Social media, I mentioned about social media, and also blockchain and Web 3.0 and metaverse. I mentioned about this, but there are three things in the business world, and these are, we need to be very much careful, and the deficiency and lack of skills. So unemployed young population we have in our country, and the but this also brings a lot of opportunities for our country. So there are many young individuals with the will and motivation to further succeed and to have a success story. This based on an international research in 2024, 66% says the firms, it says that the company, so the firms state that the firms will not be able to find HR resources for those certain skills, and they will be failing to fulfill and employ these vacancies at a percentage of 76. And like myself, many other people at the age of 50, this is a great knowledge. This is important. The skills are important for professors, doctors, and all those working in engineers in TUSASH, because we have been listening to our TUSASH representative, and we need this soul and the willpower and the motivation to further improve our skills, and we need this motivation to increase our skills, any regardless of whichever sector we come from. Also, the second point is there is skills. What do we mean by skillfulness? It's not about the diploma, but it's about how adaptable you are. So the diploma document is not sufficient at all. So it's like rolling up your sleeves and becoming much more resilient is important. And these researches is the LinkedIn and Microsoft and the World Economic Forum and Accenture and one of the most famous consultancy firms focus on these skills. And each and every one of us, we in line and in combination with AI, artificial intelligence, the job descriptions, job definitions will change. It is undergoing some tremendous changes. Then this means that the skills that I have today will fall insufficient for me to be able to do exactly the same job of tomorrow. So it changes a lot much faster than we think. So it is so there are great opportunities, and we need to have this great opportunity and but we need to have the fire, the uh, passion to learn. And the third one is proficiency, the this knowing and the ability to undertake these and this is performance, this is the key to performance. And you may have targets as you're going to the targets, and uh, this is the, as engineers we have the science of learning, and we have this engineering approach how we can increase the proficiency. I'm asking the young individual, young friends of ours, please take down your notes. If you keep stable, this is not what you can do, but as a team, what you can do, as an individual, what you can do, and further develop your proficiencies. So the proficiency, and this is the issue, and this is the topic for everyone. The traditional methods of today will not be sufficient for tomorrow. This is why we talk about additive manufacturing, and there are many uh, trainings provided free of charge at such high quality. So I'd like to mention about artificial intelligence. This is nothing new. We've been talking about this since 1960s. Machinery learning algorithm, the directions and the comment, the search engines. And as we are shopping from the Google, or if for the search engine, there are other products that are offered and recommended. But what it's been part of our life. But in November 2022, something important happened. We need to take down note of this. We are experiencing this. Life as of 2023 will not be the same. The fear from AI is obvious, but also there is also a question of why do we need robots? But this is just the time. It's not the philosophers, the human uh, historians. Darren Acemoğlu is the name of the author that I'd like to recommend you. And he's an economist, and he has have stated very important doctrines on the importance of AI in a human dimension as well, or also in as a result of the training and all the business world, and for people to undertake any institution uh, focusing on human resources. They have been also focusing on the details of how we can improve proficiency and the soul of time. What do we mean by this phrase? These are the concepts that we should all know. I know this is quite technical. We can't say that it's quite technical because you can get, and we need to just know the knowledge, and we need to know the language of AI. It's not through the technical and engineering. These what is neurological network, or we need to know the module. We need to know how AI learns. And you have stated earlier that the value added products you have mentioned about this, and based on this new technology methods, how these will change everything. This AI will also change our perspective on many topics. We need to take this, we need to really prioritize AI. Unless we do so, we will fall behind AI, and we will be subject to others. And the technology, in line with the technology developments, there have been many advancements. For instance, in 1980s, you may remembering there were the communication technologies, and there were the open and remote education. All these started out with the exchange of letters, but we know how it evolved. For instance, 1920s, 40s radios, and starting as of 70s it was computers and the personal laptops, and in 1990s we had the internet. Whatever the communication was, we had and there were many gadgets. We had the black board, we had the whiteboard, we had the projector, and we had the Web 2.0, and we had Web 2.0, and there are interactive, and we have seen the impact of AI as of 2010, but it will change even further. And in the firms, in the universities, in the educational institutions, in parallel to these, the education technologies is great and advancing. And the best learning is to learn by means of doing, by means of apprentice and master. And but however, we are in such a world. I will be now. There is the exactly the same and parallel to hybrid manufacturing. We also now have hybrid learning in the path and journey of learning. It is now combination of different methods of learning. So education technologies now bring a new combination of different means. And along with pandemic and COVID-19, Turkey has adopted learning or training and education technologies have been widespread. However, this the isolation and the digital detox have also started out after the pandemic. But in our daily life, we spend 7 to 10 hours on the social media. So digital world needs to focus on how we can integrate this to learning, so adult learning, and how technologies can support the national or the formal learning. So we will continue supporting these. And in the screens, we see how in the schools institutions, how individuals can improve themselves, how they could use technology, 30 to 40 technological means. And with the use of AI, this is improving technology being utilized for the purposes of education is tremendously important. This is an existential, and this is critical for existentialism of individuals as well. And this is a means of creating difference in rivalry and in a highly competitive environment. This is why I'd like to congratulate the project Address for Future. And in is there anyone who'd please raise your hand if you use AI once in a day? This is a great ratio. This is a great good because it's, for instance, in US it's 20%, but in this is quite low in European Union because AI is not sort of that popular in Europe because in the regulatory system, AI is seen unethical, but China, USA, highly benefits from AI. But we need to be utilizing and benefiting from AI at the max in Turkey because the business world and education firms. And what happens and how life changes most of the time, please take down your notes as to from your requests from your tutors or your teachers or your professors. In fact, it's not about requesting, it's about your awareness. These are tools, a set of tools. If you have these with you, you can continue learning, certainly not to substitute uh, teachers. Uh, for instance, if you learn these, what can you gain? These will be tailored educational sets. For instance, development and improvement and coach. For instance, if you're in a firm, sometimes the employee, one of the personnel, clicks on a video to learn how a process is carried out. Then, for instance, imagine you are working uh, on laser and the interaction between laser motor engines. Uh, Maybe you're watching a particular topic and you click the video, but then stop the video at a point, then you say, excuse me, I didn't understand this. So there is an interaction by the person watching this. I think the beta test and prototype is now being done, and I'm very proud in these technology. Right now, we are the consumer. We don't have the local and indigenous LLM, but we have and another topic is, for instance, another example, you can be a student or a personnel, and this is about personal development or personal learning. Like you can click on the material, maybe. So the AI sees you, and you can ask a question as to how you could improve and make time utilization. And the AI takes a look at your appearance, takes a look at your information and registry information, and compares your status to the previous or to the similar people, and comes up with a recommendation of list of recommendations of what you should do. So can you imagine of an AI functioning as your training or education coach? So the documentation of this and these will be all very useful as everything will be tailored for that very specific need. What can we expect for the science of education? And imagine thousands of students and school and the needs education analysis, the For instance, the AI calls maybe a tourism destination to see what kind of reservations are needed and analyzes the budget for that school trip. So all these can bring some questions as will this cause unemployment? But no, there are so many other things left for us instead of those routines. The routines can be mundane and boring. Set of tasks can be undertaken by the AI, but we can be focusing on more creative and much more enjoyable topics. But certainly the reporting or planning or making a reservation, budgeting, these can be managed by AI. I'd like to give you an example. The institutions, education institution, and education designing and learning has been initiated. For instance, you are defining as to where you're standing, like operational planning expert I am, for instance, you're defining yourself. And the system over here in the AI then analyzes as to what your job covers and defines and how it will be projected for future. And then comes a map, like a skills map, and comes up with the sources, list of resources for you to follow, and the accreditations are also received. So this is AI working for your future and what you may need for future. The super education institutions and the uh, superwoman, supermen, how these can be achieved by AI. And as I am wrapping up, a few points I'd like to mention. And science is in the heart of institutions and education institutions. This is a great opportunity as well for that. And the content creation by AI is important for especially those who have not have access to these education opportunities and the animation is also in the hands of AI. For instance, so AI produces films and movies without having a movie set or without having many other physical environments. So what are the directors and animators do? They then focus on thoughts. Please focus on address for future and this. Thank you. And I'm very much honored to be part of this uh, project. And I know that AI in the background will continue providing a lot of support for Address for Future as well. Learning is indispensable part of life, just like breathing. And days and nights, I know you may not know the carbon copying papers. This is a poem by John Ujal, the statement, if we copy previous day exactly the same for future, that means that you're falling behind. And in the world, in the new world, the learning and it needs to be individualized, it needs to be tailored. This um, the technology should be used for tailored and individualized learning process. As a citizen, I'm honored on behalf of Turkey to be part of such a project. Thank you. Mr. Ahmed, thank you so much for this great project. And we'd like to extend our gratitude to all speakers. Now we will take 1 hour break for lunch. And we will have our restaurant, university's restaurant, at your service for lunch. And our program will continue after 1 hour. Thank you.
Aa, ses deneme bir 2 3 4.
Tamam, teşekkür ederim.
Çok sağ olun. Hello, everyone, once again. We are resuming our program. In the second half of our program, we would like to invite Mr. Kenan Boz, Technical Manager of the Powder Metallurgy Association, to the stage for his speech on EU-wide academic industry and geo cooperation opportunities. Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. Yes. I might seem to be outside the topic, but I would like to talk about certain things that have about to do with the topic. My name is Kenan Boz. I am a technical officer in the European Powder Metallurgy Association. So first of all, let me talk about our presentation, and I would like to tell you about who we are. And it is about other topics also about R&D activities, additive production. Where do we focus on? I would like to talk about these. And after that, EU funds and also which funds this project to, and all of this budget, how it's made of and how it's distributed. I would like to talk about. Also, I would like to talk about especially the Horizon program. As far as I've seen, unfortunately, Turkey is a little bit behind compared to other countries on resource use in this topic. As my colleague had said, our topic is about having a huge opportunity for funding projects, the EU funds, especially Horizon. I will also give you an example. I will be giving you a live example about the project that I'm currently running to give you an idea. So, EPMA actually is a non-profit organization and generally represents the powder metallurgy industry, and it has many stakeholders from the industry, and it's an association has nearly 200 members, and members are generally from Europe, Germany, France, Sweden, etc., but also active in American Asia too. And generally about the powder metal, all of the processes and all of the sectors are within our scope. So EU project specific EPMA has a significant reputation because uh, we have been a participant in this project for a long time now. We have great amount of projects, but I've just listed somewhat recent ones. The Horizon, Erasmus, Marie Curie, different programs we are running projects in. They are still ongoing, and we have many ongoing programs too. Also, we have a Congress, our most important organization. It's held every year. Now, this year it will be in Scotland, and you like to make a presentation about Addivite Manufacturing, publish an article. I would like to invite all of our young colleagues and academicians. We will be also having in the month of May. We will have another one, and I would like to invite all of the people who wants to speak in that too. So these were our advertisements. So I would like to talk about my topic. So when we say about R&D, especially on the additive manufacturing, the center is in Germany because the technology was born in Germany. It has many institutes, many organizations. So I would like to talk about the most important ones. So sorry, I haven't been able to make presentation in Turkish for a long time. I haven't had time to finding certain words. So for first of all, we have Fraunhofer Institute. It's a business model actually. Maybe Mr. Osan needs this one in Turkey. They have in 76 different points of units where they do R&D, and it's a commercially viable institution. It's a company, actually. Its revenue is 3.4 billion euros, and 3 billion euros is made from contract search, which means patents or projects that they intend to sell. And another additive manufacturing R&D point is the Aachen University's, uh, and in Aachen almost 100 researchers works, and the third one, and it's actually significantly important, the R&D point, is the Munich Technical University. Why is it important? Because iOS is one of the most important manufacturers of the sector is residing in Munich, and most of the workers are graduates of the Technical University of Munich. So this is why it's important. And other than this, I would like to continue. We have Benelux, Belgium, Luxembourg, and Holland. There are 3 points that they are important, and Leuven University is a rooted university, and they have additive manufacturing research group too there, and we have Turkish students over there too, and also they are managed mainly work on design there, and also I don't know the Turkish one of them. So it's about they have significant works on the cage manufacturing, and Holland's aerospace are in the center we have in Holland. They established about 100 years ago, and there are significant works there too. And I would like to talk you about a company. They make different technologies, additive manufacturing of the ceramic and metal powders to make something with it. They have digital light processing technologies they have, which they created on their own. And so for France, and mainly, so if you look at that, our university there is where the powder metal technologies are widely researched, and where we have ILT universities. So let me tell you about on the time of the Sarkozy, due to competition, they or Sarkozy orders to have an institute established. They established 8 institutes for the additive manufacturing near the Bordeaux, and it's near there because the Eurospace Center is there, Airbus is there, for example. So uh, Saint-Exupéry is an important point there. Additive manufacturing, the Eurospace industry, they make projects and researches there. Hopefully, in Turkey too, we will be able to do similar things, and we will be able to establish such institutes in such organizations. So one of the other things is an R&D center actually built under university, founded in 1981 by French university. They may mainly have robotic design and implementation for additive manufacturing. They have R&D programs there. We have Iberia area in the Spain, Portugal area. So, by the way, the institutions that you mentioned are institutions that we work together, create projects together with APMA. Of course, there are other institutions too in these areas. And here, Sage and Technelia, they're in the San Sebastian, and they are serious organizations, and both of them are spin-offs of universities. They are R&D centers, and they are R&D centers for profit. They attend to European Union projects, they make funds, and they sell the technologies and patents that they create. Also, again, in the Basque area, we have Idonial institution. Actually, this is made of combination of the two previous RNG institution. They work on their own manufacturing, and also they're important because like we do it in others project, they have education formation programs. They prepare it on Spain wide and they implement these. Also in Portugal, we have PAMI, and they are actually combination of five R&D centers in there. It mainly works in polymer technology and laser systems. And Nordic, first of all, Chalmers University in Sweden, then in Norway. We have R&D center or somewhat similar structure there, Scientific, and they have 2,000 employees, and their annual revenue from these R&D activities are 250 million. And sustainable standardization that they focus on, and AM standards will be known to those who know it. You know that there is a terminology side where the terms are in. So the Sintef wrote this actually. So Finland's R&D center, VTT. It's actually a big organization, 2,300 employees, and they got a revenue of annual 285 million euros. They have 450 patents and they have 488 scientific articles. So I think that, Mr. Professor, they are significant amounts. I don't know what you think. So the last one, Italy. For the additive manufacturing, Fiat has its own R&D center. They have 160 employees, powertrain, electrical, e-mobility implementations. They have serious R&D about this. And other than this, I guess Mr. Ramsey mentioned, so in automotive, also in the few years, we have great transformation in additive manufacturing too. They have serious incentives there. And also, Milano Technical University, uh, Polytechno. So for the additive manufacturing, about the research topics on the additive manufacturing, they have serious works there. Also, our Turkish colleague works there. Maybe you know that. So after these summary, so I would like to tell you about European Union funding schemes, and which is my expertise. So how do these funds work? So uh, people might not know that in depth in Turkey. So in Turkey, R&D activities, it's important for these to strengthen them. And first of all, grants are really amazing. They are empowering and they are great amounts. And European Union gives such numbers as grants to the industry and universities. And subventions, they have other ways of awarding. The European Union also has support in terms of purchasing towards industry and academy, and they are within the European Union's budgets normally. And mainly we have EPMI like non-profit organizations, and they distribute about such organizations. They either do it directly or over agencies. We have executive agencies, they are like national agencies, and over these they distribute these funds. And I tried to explain it in the table below. And no, I told you about the numbers, and you can see the budget uh, between 2021 to 2027. It was the first 1.2 trillion, but after the COVID era problems, it was increased. So the 7-year budget is now 2 trillion. So they are spent under six topics. So our Horizon program is in the first one, single market innovation and digital. The address for future projects fund is the Erasmus Plus fund. It's on the second one, cohesion, resilience, and values. And it goes on like that. As I told you, the Horizon program is the most important weapon of Europe in R&D. Unfortunately, as Turkey, we can only benefit minimally from that. But actually, we have uh, a contribution there actually due to equis, and normally you have to pay something to join that. So we have low usage rates. We don't even get the return of what we pay. So in other countries, they can double, triple, quadruple it. And so in certain areas, their main point source of income is that, especially Horizon program. So the funding rose to 95 billion euros eventually. So what is this Horizon program? So I have few columns there. First of all, in the leftmost one, after the update, after the Russian crisis, there's a budget. The defense budget. Normally, Europe didn't spend a budget on defense, but now with the recent developments, they started to support projects about defense too. So between 5 to 10 years ago, they wouldn't support any project about the defense. Now they have significant resources for that. Also, scientific excellence, excellent science, Marie Curie program. So I would like to really advise about it, really recommend it to our universities. It's really good, especially for the postdoc programs. And also competition development. We have health, culture, etc. Also, the third pillar is the uh, we have IATs, European Innovation Ecosystem. So they are not really that beneficial, but still they still funded seriously. So they are funding projects and R&D activities over the projects. And also what we have certain things about nuclear. After the energy crisis, it became a main topic. Also, we are all talking about fusion, of course, the non-dangerous projects they are supporting, but they're also supporting fission ones too. And for the Mercury program could be a significant resource for universities. And we are also in AIM Next, which is another program in total of 6 universities, total of 10 uh, graduate students. We managed to get uh, money for it. So the resources and over these 3 years, the students R&D works budget and their own payment for this studies, and it grants significant amount to the universities. So our colleagues from the industry, from different areas, aviation, etc., they can benefit from this one. And you can see these are clustered. The fourth one, digital industry and space. They can benefit from this. And the calls in there, they are about defense, additive manufacturing, aerospace, automotive. In these industries, our industry institutions, and we will be having R&D centers, our universities. There, it's a significant resource for all of these. And we have EIT, and there's a significant budget there too. Even if not direct, there are indirect support to empower the spirit of entrepreneurship. And in the Horizon Europe program, writing and acceptance of the project, there is a significant competition in there. The acceptance rate is 6.5%. So nearly 1 out of every 15 projects get accepted. There's a serious competition because, as I told you, they get significant funding if they win. So there is information pollution there. So and here of many institutions, they consult, they try to help, but no, please leave them aside. Only resource on that is the website of this funding. So you can see the website. You can open accounts there, like in Instagram, like open an Instagram account. You can do it everything. You can do everything from from that source about the European Union, especially about the Horizon program. It's all in the same place. It's all in there. The projects, they are made of two main areas. The first area is the information of the project stakeholders. These are standard information which are directly created. And in the second part, the project is defined. The project definition and explanation is really important because it is what determines if the project will get funded or not. This explanatory text is important for that. It's depending on call to call. It's about 45 to 50 pages, and it has to be made according to the Word template provided. And it has three main headers. I will be telling this in uh, English directly. In the excellence parts, you tell about what is this project, what will it serve towards. You will have to verbally tell it. So impact part, while it seems unimportant, but it is actually the most important part, the effect. So I will be getting with this project, for example, for the address for future project, we are aiming to increase employment in the additive manufacturing, and we will be increasing this by 10%. So you have to give information which is countable. Or you have to give such targets. So if two projects are equal, the one with the highest impact ratio, the highest impact rate will win because the European Union is the one who is giving that funds. And so who is giving the money? European Union, European Council, right? So they are giving this money to the executive body, and executive body is making use of these funds. So why do they give this money? So when they give money, what would they expect? They expect like these, the politicians, sorry. So the greatest expectation of the politicians while they're funding this project is towards the year. Sorry, is it working? Is it working now? Can you hear me now? The politicians' greatest expectation is that to convince voters who voted for them, and one of the ways to do that is that we have given 10 million to the project and we increased employment inside the union by 10%. This is their idea about that. This is the main principle. So do not forget European Union never supports projects that are not according to their own policies. So you have to know that. It's best to know that. It's important to know that what's being expected from the project. And here, what we want to come to, what's the point, is the biggest mistake while writing a project is we are actually, is scientific wise, we will be doing something grand. It could be a great invention, it could be serious thing, scientific thing, but if it doesn't have a positive effect on the community, it doesn't matter. So the sorry, I missed something. Implementation, business packages, duties. I don't know how to tell it in Turkish. Outputs and listing all of these uh, and explaining the flow of the project. These are all scored over 5, and the selectable projects should be getting 10 points, and they should get 3 in every topic. So if it's 2, 4, 4, it won't be accepted. So in parallel to what I told you, I would like to explain about the evaluation stage. First of all, the projects are delivered over the portal on the before the deadline and from the website, let's say. All of the projects, they are independently read by 3 independent experts, and every expert gives points to that. Score is according to the criteria that I mentioned, over 15, 5 every header. Then we get an average, and we rank the projects in under that call. If you are going to give funds to 4 projects in that call, they select the first 6, 7 and reject all of the others. So the top eligible projects then are read in Brussels by their own expert, and according criteria that I mentioned, which of the project will be benefiting the European Union the most, and according to that, they announce the winners. So you may also contact me later on. I will gladly give you information, but still, I would like to tell you about what you should be focused on in every unit. As I told you, there is a certain format. You have to be writing in that format. So you have to be really meticulous about the page count. As I told you, your explanations, your projects, while explaining these in short paragraphs, only one topic in one paragraph. You have to be telling about this. So those who are reading these projects might not be expert in this area. They are technical persons, but they might not know in depth about additive manufacturing, but they are still will be grading the project. So you should be explaining your projects in its most basic form, openly and clearly. In the excellence side, you have to define the target of the project in a good way. So you if you don't describe it correctly, and if it doesn't fit the expectation of the project, the outcomes, it wouldn't be accepted. Also, methodology part, I will be doing this and that like that. You have to give quantitative data for that manner. The business packages in there, and the project call is nearly 2 3 pages. The expectations, expected outcomes are listed header by header, so they have to fit the project outcomes one by one, and they have to be concrete also, the project outputs. What I'm trying to tell is, actually, you are selling something. You are trying to market your sell your project. So, like a marketer, you have to be able to convince them, and you have to use certain definite descriptions. It could be like this, it could be like that. No, you have to say, like, we will be doing this, this will be the outcome. You have to have a definite expressions, and you have to have them understand that you are expert of that topic. I told you about the reasons why are we doing this project, what will be the output of this, well, how will we benefit the environment, community, etc. Explaining them in the best way always increases the ratio of acceptance of the project. Before closing, I want to tell you about a project. So last year there was a call published. The topic of is the critical uh, raw materials, as we call it. European published 20 article list titanium, cobalt, lithium, etc. about the critical raw materials. Two of the strategical partners of the European Unions on that. There was planned project with them, and the countries were called Canada in Ukraine, and we have the colleague who was working in a consultancy association as a consult of mining industry in Ukraine, agency in Ukraine. He asked us how we can create such a project, and as EPMA, our main goal, our main uh, objective is to make a network to bring together different people. So we talked with Velta, who was the idea owner of that. So we wanted to understand, well, what does this mining what does this mining company does do, and there titanium dioxide is used in painting technology, but reducing it to the titanium metal really exhausts the process, and it's really consuming. And they try to make a way to directly have the raw materials to titanium dioxide, and from titanium dioxide to titanium itself. They had such a process to do it in a direct and simple way. So modernizing the mines, so sustainability, of course, the most important goal. So uh, in Austria, there we invited Leopold there from there, and they start working on it. Then the titanium powder manufactured to inspect it, to characterize it, from Spain Technalia, and from Germany Herion Institute. I didn't mention them, but still, they work specifically on titanium. And after all, let's say that we got the titanium powder, you should be able to prove the suitability of these with samples. You have to have three case studies for that. Aerospace, automotive, and one of them was it's about health or institutions. We found such companies and we added them to the project. So we had a consortium with that. And so we wrote our project to be used in additive manufacturing and one other topic. And the budget was 7.3 million euros. And we started last month. Why do I tell you about that? Because I want to do this with our uh, institutions and universities in Turkey. And unfortunately, while I was working on the project, I couldn't add the company from Turkey to this project. As you can see, all of the partners, each one of them has budget over 500,000. I'm not telling about the total. I'm telling you about the money every single partner got. And hopefully, in the future stages, we will be able to develop such projects, write such projects, benefit from such funds. As I told you, on behalf of the institution that I work with, is this is my duty, this is my goal, and industries, public, private sectors, industry, I would like them to contact me about this. So, conclusions. So, first of all, as I told you, European Union funds are the main financing source of these projects in European Union. And so to benefit from these funds, for us to benefit from these funds in Turkey, it will be empowering for Turkey. And unfortunately, I simplified it a lot. The preparation stages of the project, evaluation of the project, but there's actually a significant amount of hardships and bureaucracy there. And while the Commission tries to simplify these are still complex things. So, writing a good project, the commission, the paying party, it's important to understand them well. And as I told you, no project could be against the European Union's benefits or policies. While writing a good project, you have to have numerical, measurable data. So if you have abstract ideas, it cannot be measured and it will not get funding. Also, new calls. So I have to give you a unfortunate news about additive manufacturing. It's not published yet, but they really decreased. The advanced manufacturing got lower on the ranking. And the second one, uh, safe raw material accusation. So the raw materials like cobalt, lithium, they are for the batteries of the electrical vehicles, uh, which are not in the European Unions, but used in European Unions by a lot. So there's huge fundings for that. So one of these is the recycling of the cutting tools by the additive manufacturing, and it was accepted. Still, we still had the additive manufacturing there, but we used in a different area, and we managed to get a funding on that. So this is all from me. As I told you, please do not shy away from contacting me. I'm always ready to give you necessary support on this project. Thank you very much. I would like to thank our speakers. So now about tomorrow's requirements, I would like to invite Mr. Aksoy to the stage for their speeches. So hello everyone. Sorry, I'm a little bit short, so Elif will be getting me a microphone. So, last speech is the hardest one. Normally, they leave me to the last. Either that I'm the best speaker or I'm the most boring one. So, my topic is the occupations of the future. So, I prepared for it, but still, I could say that if I knew what would they be, I would be learning them, right? So, if I have to change my occupation, I would change my occupation. So, I will be trying to predict the future today. And let me start my presentation. So, we are talking with my colleagues, uh, and they are saying this will happen, that will happen. So, we are always talking amongst ourselves, what will future bring? And I'm thinking about what could future bring. So I think about five of the important men in the future, in the past. So they were the experts. For example, the inventor of the planes, they call it that a machine will never be able to fly from New York to Paris. This is what they project, and IBM lead says that in the world's markets, only five computers will be. Also, they also say about that a television will be out of the market within 6 months because people would not want to look at a box every night. Also, for Henry Ford requires a credit, and the bank manager says to Henry Ford that automotives will always be used. I mean, the horses will always be used, and automotives are only temporary. Also, the last one is my most liked. American Patent Bureau is one of the most important, biggest patent bureaus of the world, and they claimed back there that we have already found everything that the science could provide. We got stuck. We will not be able to make anything new, so we are considering ourselves, they said back then. But so I always tell myself, be calm, remember these men, and coordinate, think, reflect on what you say. Do not get so excited, but do not dismiss them. So I would like to tell about where does the economy go? Uh, we don't know the future. There were elections in America, everything changed, right? So I checked few sources. Of course, I couldn't trust every sources. So I looked at the World Economic Forum and their sources and checked them in the digital technologies and digital device in that area up to 2030. It's like playing getting speed, and when they take off, that climb will continue. And actually, these digital technologies, they will also bring something more democratization for income and gender diversity. They will be giving freedom to people on these matters. So actually, one of the things that we done in the address project is was that so we were able to give you trainings which were provided in the most important universities of the world by 5,000 euros for free. Of course, we wouldn't be able to do it without our all of our supporters, but we will be always coming to the green economy one way or another. So Europe here has the political and monetary concerns. So there are this and that, but we have to be discussing about the future. So of course, the green economy will be leading us. So of course, we will be going to that direction because we will be having a less and less resources in the future. So it will be one of the topics which will bring us to the 2030. So while you are choosing your occupations, while you are changing your occupation, you have to consider all of this. So space economy, for example. So what is this? So, but we are getting less and less space as we get less resources, right? So you know that normally when the people are depressed, they have adrenaline and they make us able to run fast than before. So we will be able to do something in the space, I guess. Also, new governance models and technology management about the rights and privacy. They will be directing the economy too. So I was wondering, are they being discussed? I asked to the AI, and are they being discussed? If they are being discussed, can you give me some output or some data on them? Are there the indicators, or are they really correct? For example, we have a Belt and Road Initiative and domestic provision, etc., uh, inclination in the Asian countries. Also, we have EU policies, energy resources, wars in Ukraine, MENA, and we are seeing these. So as long as the one in the blue circle continue, these they will be start being more and more important. What I talk about. So about jobs. So what will be getting affected? So more or less, whatever affects the economy will also affect our jobs and the green transformation, and moreover, the encompassability, etc., will be affecting the job. Inclusion will be affecting everything. So the companies will be getting more and more domestically procuring materials. They will try to do that, and it will be affecting the climate, our uh, so you can see that we have our economies that are getting slow and slow. So there will be just less and less jobs, but there will be also new jobs too. So for the technologies in the future 5 years, which technologies are you going to be used? This is the World Economic Forum, and they told us that I will be using digital platforms by the 86% of the companies that attended. So it's really important. 80% will be say that they will be investing in the I will be making investment in the education and workplace development technologies. 80% of them are saying that because the talents from the classical education might not be enough, and industry and the business world are trying to find new talents. So they say that I will be making investment in education and workforce development technologies. Also, we have big data analytics. They say they are one by one. You can see that they are mainly about technology, climate change, and education. We are going somewhere about this. So last day we had important visits. We had important upper level bureaucrat with us, and they say that the Green Deal will be important. Also, talent will be so important. Skills will be important. So, new world skills are do not match the today's required skills. Also, the address project that we talked in a we talk so much is one of the things about that. So we have to be working on skills. So what will be happening in 2027? They checked it, so you can see the green boxes. Green boxes, each one is the 1 million jobs, and the uh, purple ones are the jobs lost. And we have 83 million jobs are projected to be lost. And for example, we might be losing blacksmith, but 69 million are expected to be created. They will not be only about the information technologies, but they will be also about the green ones. They will be on different topics. So still 2% position in jobs will be lost through the world, and because we have a stagnating economy throughout the world. And by getting this standard, so our employers said that in 2016 they projected 35% of the skills of my workers should be changed within the 5 years, and 65 should stay the same. We were actually, since 2016, we are still developing skills, so we were expecting this to be fixed somehow. So they asked the same in the 2023, and the organizations say that 44 out of the 100 skills of our employees should be changed. As much as we try to close the gap of the skills, there will still be something new, and something will be lost. So all of these institutions, organizations, digital platforms, etc., they will be had, and we will be having still a gap in talent, a gap in skills. So it's great opportunity for the young people, because the X and Y generation, uh, they have hard time ahead to acquire the skills compared to the young people. But it's frightening, but also it's an opportunity, because companies say that 44 out of my 100 employees should get new skills. So which jobs will be mostly affected? It doesn't mean that these jobs will be huge in number. No, these are growth by ratio. For example, agricultural equipment, it's a huge topic. As you know, in pandemic, we all were worried about how do we feed ourselves, how do we find food. With the green transformation, we ask ourselves, are we eating the right food? And is our food healthy, etc. So it's really critical for our country. The agriculture is nearly as much as important for our country as the defense industry. So it's also will be important about what we'll be doing with this. And the agricultural equipment and agricultural operators will be most important. Maybe you have heard of it. You know, the truck drivers, they are now hard to find. Also, vocational education teachers. Vocational educators will be the most growing ones. They are among the first three. And it really shows us how much teachers, educators that we do need to add the new skills, etc. No matter AI and others, of course, they will be coming, they will be contributing, but still, these all needs to be fixed by handiwork. So welders, it's not there, but still we will be needing welders too, because we can't find them. So which jobs will be declining? The data which only with jobs with data entries will be dead. Those who show your seeds, these jobs will be extinct. For example, only installation jobs, only mounting jobs, they will be decreasing. Maybe not, they will not be totally over, but they will be decreasing. We said cashiers, also security personnel, they will be less and less. There will be new security technologies. So if you are lucky, if you are doing jobs required by the new world, if you are doing the existing jobs, these will be decreasing. Also, there's one more thing, danger and opportunity. Europeans 2023 pyramid, you can see it. And it's a serious workforce is required throughout the Europe, as you can see. In Europe and America, we also have a decrease in efficiency. So those who keep up with their skills, if they are to top shape, even if they're 48 years old, they will be needed. They will always be needed. We always forget that. Even in the academical life, we do that. Even my professors that we work with still do that. We give informations. E equals to MC square. We just give the informations. But do we teach the children how to think analytically? Do we teach them how to look in different perspectives? World Economic Forum says that you should not give them information. You should give them skills, how to adapt, how to manage, how to be curious, how to learn. So uh, one of most of my young colleagues tell me you are so detail oriented, but being detail oriented really prevents many of the errors. They really fix most of the mistakes. So our advice to the students is that young people is that of course you should be getting in-depth knowledge, but you should also uh, have ability in your skills how to adapt. And this is what World Trade Organization says. So you should be learning about how to solve problems, how to think analytically. This is what the World Trade Forum said. So I really like sci-fi. You may have heard of something called Snowpiercer. It tells us about huge climate change. There's all winter, and one a train goes around the earth and ensures that its inhabitants live. Also, we have Ex Machina. Can the robots wear human faces? This is an old movie. Maybe young people might not know it. The AI, VR, visual processing, we are moving through. And also, we could have virtual reality goggles. Maybe what happens in the virtual world could affect our physical world. Could it happen or not? Or also, can we create a human by organic and mechanical parts? Also, we have Back to the Future. So you may know that. So all that mentioned in the movies, it happens. But in the Back to the Future, many of the things that mentions there happened. So maybe we are losing few more things, but still most of them might happen in the future. So Jetsons, for example, we really liked them when I was a small child. Uh, So the Zoom meetings in the uh, Jetsons, they really happens. Teledoctor, online education happened, and it all happened. And we are nearly there to the flying cars. You know that we can do flying cars, but the problem is the controllability and feasibility, right? And the one I like most is that vacuum cleaner. And when I was a young girl, they used to have me vacuum around the house every day. So I didn't know that we could have something like that, but it happened. I will be telling you about the future generations, but I will be telling all of these based on the Jetsons. So, what will happen for the planet? It's the people, planet, profit, three P's. You whether like it or not, sustainability will have more and more share in our lives. So, regardless of the your department, your subject, you should be looking at your works with a sustainability perspective. You are design engineering, you are making designs. How will you be doing this design with less resources? You should be considering that permaculture and organic farming, plant auditors, defenders. So those who defend the planet will be having its own occupation. Take farmers. We used to call them farmers, but now we have technological farmers. So if your parents have agricultural lands, you should not let them sell it because in the future tech farmers will be important. Also, livestock farmers will be coming too. But how will they arrive? They will be arriving with the new skills. So we won't be able to do them without developing ourselves, without being agile to the changes. So human part is really special. And all things about human will be increasing in European Union. You have seen that the aging population, so there should be caretaker for all of these people. We are having longer lifetimes, so we should have new people. Also, will be requiring more and more elderly caretakers. Psychiatrist, I didn't wrote it. We will be having mental care specialists because they will be having their own subjects. There will be therapists, there will be virtual therapists, etc. While I'm talking to expert, they say the virtual therapy is not uh, doesn't make sense, but what we call doesn't make sense today may make sense tomorrow. So also learning players. Uh, so child trainers, because with the AI there will be decrease in cost. Also specialized artificial intelligence learning experts, and again the education will be continuing uh, like in health. As you can see in the Jetsons, their teacher was a robot, and you can see the profit ones. The So, of course, there will be dark factories, but there will still be people working for them because they are telling that. So, in factories, there will be no longer any peoples, so we won't be needed in the factories. No, if we keep ourselves agile, we will be able to get involved still. As an engineer, you might not draw a technical drawing, but there will still be engineers who will be checking the AI outputs and implement them. Also, there will be screens that will be able to control all of the factories in a single place, remote support technicians, digital manufacturing engineers, digital manufacturing engineers. Fortunately, they are inside that too. According to the research, robotic operators and technicians. We are also having the welding robot operators, but generally all about robotic operators and technicians, social entrepreneurs. So those uh, who set aside some of the money that they earn. Also, we have the creators and entertainment specialists. They will always be living on. There are so many conferences, so many information. So having it more fun will be important. So entertainment will live on. So what we don't share about is that AI. So there were so many things through the world that was uncertain for humanity. For example, the plague. You can see industry revolutions. The childrens were using with the machinery. We used to tell it we will not be able to do uh, anything now. They used to say, for example, Edison found light bulb. They used to tell that this electricity will be burning our minds and we will no longer be needing lamplighters, etc. But to know how that changed, as we have shown you, we will be needing people who will be doing all of these. So yes, AI is good, but where is the ethics in that? We should be teaching ethics to the artificial intelligence. Our professors also giving lectures about this. What is AI and ethics? How we can make it ethical? How do we do it? We may be able to do it. We may be able to do it as ethical as humanity. So before teaching ethics to the AI, we should first look upon ourselves, reflect upon ourselves. And it's really an important point. And we will be having a non-ethical AI. We shouldn't think about that. We shouldn't think like that. It's unrealistic as humanity. If we manage to have our own morals, we will be able to teach morals to the AI too. Also, getting married, working, etc. It's all for existing. It's all about living on. We are the best survivalists of the universe. So we have been living like that back then, and in the future we will be living in another way. So now everything is rapidly advancing. So 100 years of development could be done in five. 5 years of development could be done in one now. We are the survivalists of this universe. It empowers us, but we can also lose so many things. So there is no such a thing as there is ambiguity, and there will be no occupations in the future. We should not think of it. It will be not like this. As humans, we will be surviving. So expected work periods of the people are 40 years. So we should be finding ways to make it fun. For example, I am 48 years old. I have more than 10 years of work ahead of me. So we should be adapting. So having a single occupations in our lifetime will be impossible in the future. And I'm in my second occupation now. Do not just make do with a single occupation. Do not expect that I'm a design engineer. I will be a design engineer for 40 years. We do not say that because you have more experience that you can fit into your 40 years of work life. Do not reject AI. If you reject it, you might not be able to understand it. So, I don't know which occupations you are talking about, but I will be telling you. We will be find you some occupations. So, what I mean is, do not be afraid of AI, and you should just know the correct implementations. There are certain things that AI will not be able to solve, as I think AI will not be able to solve the humanity's creative, adaptive intelligence. So you have all unique creativity and intelligence, especially our young colleagues. Please do not forget that. Social entrepreneurship. So you have an occupation, you should be also having some other things too. and you should be supporting others. For example, I am supporting unemployed women. So social entrepreneurship is one of the things that you can do. Whatever your occupation is, please touch upon a social topic. Also, humankind does everything for their own needs. Do not forget this. And always focus on humanity's requirements. Look at what does the humanity request. And as I told you, sometimes we don't mention it that much, but still, we should be focusing on cognitive and personal skills. If you Google it, you could find many trainings there, and please work with others, follow economy. So regardless of what you know, when you shake hands with another, that persons care about your posture. And here this it was a slide made by Murat Köksal, our advisor, so please do not be confused. In 1905, can you see single car in New York? And these 8 years after that, there's no single carriage there. Just look at that. If you can manage that, you will be able to survive everything. And we should be agile. We have never seen such a world. It's all ambiguous. So humankind will be make do with this, manage through this as we have done before. So please think of your next occupation from now. Thank you very much for listening to me. And I would like to thank our speaker for their valuable thoughts. So now I guess that we are in the most expected movements under address for future. We will be having our award ceremony for our additive manufacturing project, and with our address for future to dissemination of the additive production works have been always going on for this projects. I would like to thank everyone who attended to this. I would like to thank all of the jury members for their contributions. And most of our jury is watching us from our YouTube stream. So our award winners are there to give our competitors their awards. I would like to invite Mrs. Oya Coşkuner to the stage. Thank you, Mrs. Oya. Air carbon capture devices suitable powder, bad metal additive manufacturing. Salih Haşkın, please welcome to the stage. Again, with your applause, we invite Mustafa Duhan Adıgüzel, who came third in the competition with his project titled Additive Manufacturing of OPIVI Solar Panels to the stage. We invite Meryem Siratunç, who came second in the competition with her project Hydrolum to the stage with your applause. And we invite our competitor Mustafa Melih Gürer, who succeeded in winning first place with his project titled Renewable Support Structure for FDIM Technology to the stage with your strong applause. Let's have a picture too, if you like. I can't properly hear her. So I would like to invite everyone who spent their efforts in this. Mrs. Bige, please welcome to the stage. Serhat, please have all of our speakers to the stage. Mr. Murat. So if you could raise it to the sideways, please let us see them. Thank you very much. So we are at the end of our program. I would like to thank you all for being here today, and we hope that in the future we will be meeting again by keeping in mind that the most important thing is education. I hope to see you in the future. Have a good day.